Control room, contact the broadcast desk, please. Control room, contact the broadcast desk. Control room, contact the broadcast desk, please. Control room.
Racetrack.com. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Sunday evening, early evening. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. We have 13 races on tap for you here tonight. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts and fillies in A and B divisions. The second A division of the 2-year-old colts comes up in race number 7 with 6 starters going for $17,740. Ocean View Lou on the rail for Brody McPhee. Roll with the Warden 2 with Corey McPherson. 0263 with Gilles Barrio. Sporty Anthony is 4 with Kenny Murphy. Smiling with Lou leaves 5 with Pooker McCollum. Tiziano rounds out the field with Mary Claire McDonald. Going to be a great evening for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside. We have some program and equipment changes for you, and for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for today's racing program, event number 24 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 17 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Derek Fallon. Now, here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. In the first race, it's the Keith Campbell Memorial. In race 1, scratch number 4, My Ambrose. Move in number 9, Get Home Terry. Race 1, scratch the 4, My Ambrose. Move in number 9, Get Home Terry. Scoring from post 4, being sold as number 9. Next change, you'll turn over to race number 3. In the third race, number 3, Midnight Love, make the driver Corey McPherson. Race 3, number 3, Midnight Love, Corey McPherson now driving. Next change, you'll go to race number 5. In the fifth race, a division of the Sire Stakes, number 4, the Sun and Moon, removing knee boots and the line pole on the outside. Next change, you'll turn over to race number 8. In the 8th race, number 5, Choose Me, from a bar bit to a fuller spring bit. Number 6, Saltwater Captain, the driver today, Ryan DeRoche. Race 8, number 6, Saltwater Captain, Ryan DeRoche will drive. Turning over to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 5, Starship Zodiac. The driver today, Brett LeBlanc. 9th race, number 5, Starship Zodiac. Brett LeBlanc now drives. Next change, you'll go to race number 12. In the 12th race, number 3, McLand. The driver will be Mark Campbell. Race 12, number 3, McLand. Mark Campbell now gets the call. And turning over to race number 13, today's finale, we have a chart line at number 2, Fallon. It was the 18th September Charlottetown on the fast track, scoring on the rail. She was the lone horse in this qualifier, so she won in 2:02 and 4, last quarter 29 and 2, driven by Adam Murner. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on today's racing program. Parmigiano Wiggets, they're open and they are selling. And you have 25 minutes to make your first race decisions. Opening post time, 4 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abequid Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years. past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Let's look at the second division of the 2-year-old fillies Atlantic Star Stakes. In the A division, going for $20,020 here this evening, Woodmere Summer and Paul Angel, Fallon from 2 with Adam Murner, Beach Jewels is 3 with Jill Barrio, Exhilarating 4 with Daryl McLean, Mysterious Ways 5 with Jason Hughes, Always in Full Force is 6 with Mike McGuigan, Going for Blood 7 with Kenny Arsenault, rounding out the field is Magnificent Rose with Kenny Murphy. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a great night for harness racing here tonight at Red Shores in Summerside.
First race on the track set for Post Parade. It is the Keith Campbell Memorial, number 1 E-Gamer, owned by Garth and Haley Cole of Kensington. Haley Cole makes her training debut today. Brady Sweet drives. 2 She's a Lover is owned, trained, and driven by Robbie Chappell of Summerside. Jacob Sweet of O'Leary owns, trains, and drives. Number 3, James Rains. 4, My Ambrose is scratch. 5, Bet the Bull, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Today, Adam Murner. Sword from the Stone is 6, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman. Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet. Brody McPhee drives. 7, Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson. 8 is Century Invictus, owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside, trained by Nick Oakes. Norris Rogers driving. 9, Get Home Terry now scores from post 4, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie, trained by Edgar Stewart. Kenny Murphy drives at 3 minutes to post time. Welcome to Red Shores Summerside for today's 13-dash presentation. Rocky Skirman is at the HBI broadcast to take you through today's wagering menu.
Thank you, Vance. Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super High 5s, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And you'll see our picks on the screen for tonight's opener. I'm going with a 6-7-3, as is backstretch beat, and the classifier's choice is 7-6-3. In tonight's opener, it is the Keith Campbell Memorial. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. Keith Campbell Memorial landing on the 6. Sword from the Stone. 4-year-old bay gelding by Arthur Blue Chip for Blair Sweet of Coleman. Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach. Donnie Sweet trains. Brody McPhee in the bike to drive. Last start was here on September 16th. Left from post 6. Finished 6. 157-4. 28-3 closing quarter. 1 win on the season. 156-1 record taken right here at Summerside. Sword from the Stone. Post 6 tonight with Brody McPhee. Your current choice at even money. And there we get a peek at the 7, Hunger Pangs. 10-year-old bay gelding by Peng Shui for Susan McKagan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Blaine McKenna is the trainer with Corey McPherson in the bike. Tuesday night here at Summerside. Left from post 8 on the outside. Was sent hard and got parked the whole way. Finished 8th. Race time 158-4. 30-4 closing quarter. Has 2 wins on the season for 14 tries. 155-4 season's best. Right here at Summerside on the 7, Hunger Pangs with Corey McPherson at 9-2. And there we get a look at the 3, James Rains, 5-year-old bay horse by Lazarus for Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. He's also the trainer and the driver. Started here Tuesday night, left from 5, get interfered with leaving, still finished 3rd. Race time 159-4, closing quarter 29-4. Took a record in his only win of 2025 right here at Summerside of 156-3. James Rains leaving 3 tonight with Jacob Sweet, 10-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's opener. It is the Keith Campbell Memorial. He's remembered here tonight. He was a great guy, Vance. Keith Campbell was a jack of all trades, an owner, trainer, driver. He was a welder. He could build. Great guy. We're going to remember him here tonight. Up to you for the call.
Great man with the teeth too, Rocky. Back in his day, Keith could really do the dentistry. It's E-Gamer, She's a Lover, James Raines, Get Home, Terry Bet the Bull, Sword from the Stone, Hunger Pangs, Century Invictus. Those are the starters in the Keith Campbell Memorial, and this is post time. The Ralphin facing James Raines is leaving. Hunger Pangs on the far outside. E-Gamer towards the rail. We've got a host of leavers in here. She's a Lover's fourth, and in between horses, Bet the Bull fifth. Three wide, Sword from the Stone in sixth. Get Home Terry seventh. Century Invictus is eighth. The quarter pole bound. Here comes the veteran pacer Hunger Pangs and Corey McPherson to take over the lead. Second is James Raines. Then in third it's E-Gamer. Bet the Bull has fourth. She's a Lover fifth. Sword from the Stone, he backed up to sixth. Then Get Home Terry is seventh. Century Invictus 8. 28 seconds flat. Open this one up. Our bottom conditions are at that opening quarter in a solid time, and Hunger Pangs leading him now to the half mile. James Raines is second. E-Gamer third. Here comes Bet the Bull. He's underway from fourth. Sword from the Stone is taken over fifth. She's a Lover sixth. Get Home Terry 7, Century Invictus 8, halfway home in the opener with Hunger Pangs the leader in 58 and 2. From the outside, Bet the Bull now second. In the pocket, third is James Raines. Sword from the Stone, he's getting into it now. The first-time favorite has picked up fourth on the outside. E-Gamer fifth, now in sixth. Get Home Terry, She's a Lover seventh. On the outside, Century Invictus 8. Three wide at three quarters, and Hunger Pangs still the leader on the rail. Out three wide, Sword from the Stone along the rail. James Raines 1:28 flat down at three quarters. There's an eighth of a mile left to go, and Hunger Pangs will turn home with the lead. James Raines second. Sword from the Stone. Bet the Bull down the stretch they come. Hunger Pangs, Sword from the Stone, not enough. Hunger Pangs and McPherson open it up. Sword from the Stone second. James Raines will finish third, and the time for the mile in 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener. And after that torturous mile he went Tuesday night here, I didn't know he'd bounce back like this, but Hunger Pangs goes right down the road. 28-58-2, three quarters in 1:28. Here's a great shot by Universal Media, and he's a winner in 1:57-1. That is his 27th lifetime win, third win of the season. Corey McPherson in the bike for the win. In for second is the 6 Sword from the Stone. James Raines in there for third. So we got a classifier Gerard Smith 763 triactor in the opener. We're going to see Hunger Pangs and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Well, the old boy is still quite a racehorse, and he is Hunger Pangs going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in today's opener. Bay Pacing gelding 10 years, the son of Pang Shui from the Unexample Dam, Ari's Miss Jen. Home with Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, bred by Jay and Mary Jean Noy and Ryan Neal, trained by Blaine McKenna and Corey McPherson, guiding him to victory in 157 and 1/5. Hunger Pangs in the Keith Campbell Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation. Plenty of friends and family joining us on this beauty of a Sunday evening here in Summerside. Hunger Pangs and McPherson, 157 and 1 in the Keith Campbell Memorial. Now the official results in race 1, E-Gamer 6, She's a Lover was 8, James Raines 3rd. My Ambrose was scratched. Bet the Bull 4th, Sword from the Stone was 2nd. Hunger Pangs the race winner. Century Invictus was 7th. Get Home Terry finished 5th. 28, 58 and 2. 128 and the mile 157 and 1. In review 683. Scratch 42175. Hunger Pangs paid $780 to win. The Exactor 1230, Triactor 3040, and the Superfecta 777.
The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Red Shore Summerside on live race days here. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash. On October the 6th and November the 11th, there will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies. In the B division for $6,000, I'm going to go with a 4-1-2. Backstretch beat at 4-3-1. Classifier's choices 4-1 and 3 in the second race in 7 minutes.
First Division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old facing Phillies B Division. Second race parade. Starship Sundancer 1, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell drives. 2 is Camluck Lady, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Number 3, Nevaeh Divine, owned by Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. I'll Mock the Money 4 is owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, Gilles Barrio training and driving. Number 5 is Pogachar, owned by Mike Slana and Virginia Cook of Belfast, trained by Raymond White with Kenny Murphy in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. Thanks to McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's second race. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old fillies in the B division. Exactor, Triactor, 20-cent Superfecta. Win in place. No show wagering in this one. Landing on the 4, I'll Mock the Money. 2-year-old bay filly by Tobago Cays for David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Gilles Mario is the trainer and driver. Started at Charlottetown September the 13th. Left from post 4. Was a winner by 5 3/4 lengths. In 1:58-1, new race win record, 29-3 on the end of it. Before that at Charlottetown, took a maiden record September the 4th, left from 4, wire-to-wire winner in 1:59-1, 28-4, closing quarter. 5th lifetime start tonight for I'll Mock the Money with Gilles Barrio, your current choice at 1-9. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Starship Sundancer, 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for Claude Poirier of Houvreau Maison, Quebec. Earl Watts is the trainer, and Mark Campbell in the bike again tonight. Last Saturday at Charlottetown, left from post 5, made a break, finished 7th, 2:01-2, 30-2 closing quarter. Start before that, Northside Downs in Sydney, September the 6th, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division, left on the rail. Wire-to-wire winner by 2 1/4 in 1:58-4, new race win record. 30 seconds flat, closing quarter. Miles Heffernan Sr. was in the bike. Starship Sundancer on the rail with Mark Campbell, 9-2. And there's a look at the 2, Camluck Lady, 2-year-old bay filly by Tobago Cays for Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday. PEI Colt Stakes, Grassroots Division from post 3. Finished 6, 2:02-3, 32-2 closing quarter. A look down to that line at Charlottetown August the 7th. Left from post 3. Finished 5th. Race time in 1:59-3 with a closing quarter of 29-3. Still looking for that first win of 2025 is Camluck Lady with Jason Hughes from post 2. Look at those odds, 71-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming second race. 2-year-old fillies, B Division, Atlantic Sire Stakes. Starship Sundancer and Mark Campbell at 7-2. Camluck Lady and Jason Hughes now at 38-1. Nevaeh Divine 3 and Colin Shepherd at 4-1. The 4, I'll Mock the Money and Gilles Barrio at 1-4. And the 5, Pogachar with Kenny Murphy at 10-1. That's the field for tonight's second race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's second race has a field of 5 in the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies B division, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Starship Sundancer, Camlock Lady, Nevaeh Divine, Almach the Money, Pogachar. 2-year-old filly Pacers, Atlantic Sire, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, leaving out at the rails, Starship Sundancer. Nevaeh Divine is second. Camlock Lady third. Almach the Money around the turn goes fourth. And then the trailer, that's Pogachar off stride on the lead. That was Starship Sundancer. Off stride, Almach the Money. As they race the backstretch now, go to the quarter. A lot of confusion, just 5 horses. Up front, Nevaeh Divine inheriting the lead. Here's Almach the Money now, finding a better stride to take over top spot with Barrio. Nevaeh Divine is second. Then in third, Camlock Lady. Fourth, along the inside, Pogachar. Then the trailer, Starship Sundancer, 31 and 2/5 the opening quarter. And there is an inquiry underway here in the second. Retain your tickets till it's official. Almach the Money now has the lead. Second, Nevaeh Divine back into third. That's Camlock Lady. Pogachar is fourth, and the trailer, Starship Sundancer, strung out by the half mile. Almach the Money in 101 and a 1/5. Racing from second, that's Nevaeh Divine. Camlock Lady has third. Pogachar, she's in fourth, and at the back, Starship Sundancer. They're en route to 3/4 now. Almach the Money, the leader by 2. Nevaeh Divine is second. Camlock Lady third, Pogachar fourth, Starship Sundancer fifth. The 3/4 in the books. Almach the Money had him there in 1:31 and 1. Nevaeh Divine in striking distance second, Camlock Lady third, Pogachar fourth, and Starship Sundancer fifth. Down the stretch they come. First division of the Sire Stakes. Almach the Money. Nevaeh Divine not enough. Almach the Money for Gilberto. Second, Nevaeh Divine. Camlock Lady will finish third. It's Almach the Money in the 2-year-old division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes in 201 and 1. Reminder of the inquiry, retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division 2-year-old fillies. Almach the Money out for some confusion. Gets to the front, 31 and 2. The half in 101 and 1. Down to 3/4 in 131 and 1. And here's a great shot by Universal Media as we see Almach the Money and Gilberto go 3 for 5 lifetime here. Get the job done in 201 and 1. In for second, Nevaeh Divine. Camlock Lady is third. It's 4-3-2 unofficially in the second race. Under an inquiry, hold all tickets. And we'll see Almach the Money and Gilberto in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winter Circle next.
The judge's inquiry involves the breaking horses rounding the first turn after the start. Almach the Money arriving at the second race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Filly 2 by Tobago Cays from the Mach 3 dam. Mach the Cut owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Bred by Stephen Johnson of Kincora. Gilberto training and driving the mile 201 and 1. I'll Mock the Money in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle. Cooler presentation.
And on your screen right now, you'll see the judges' inquiry, what the judges are looking at. A couple of breaking horses here. You'll see the one off stride on the front end, interfering with some horses in the backfield. That's the judges' inquiry underway here in tonight's second race.
Now the results of the second race judges' inquiry. Racing officials deemed that number 1 Starship Sundancer made the break on her own, interfered with the entire field. Finished 5th. There will be no placings required. Now the official results from the second. Starship Sundancer 5th. Camluck Lady 3rd. Nevaeh Divine was 2nd. I'll Mock the Money, the race winner. Pogacar finished 4th, then went 31 and 2, 101 and 1, 131 and 1, and the mile 201 and 1. In review, it's 532, 14. I'll Mock the Money 220. The exactor 1160, Triactor 5150. The superfecta was 895, and the early daily double $9.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores in Summerside on an early Sunday evening. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Let's talk about HPI Tuesdays in Summerside. HPI PEI customers and players across the country receive 10 times the points when playing Red Shores Summerside on Tuesdays in September. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. Field of 8 in here. Driver change on the 3. Midnight Love. Make the driver Corey McPherson. I'm going to go with a 7-1-5 in here. Backstretch beat and the class fair's choices 1-7-3 in tonight's third race in 6 minutes.
Third race on parade, number 1, Hatchling, owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario. Shirley Symes from Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. Pandemonic 2, Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, owns, trains, and drives. 3 is Midnight Love, owned by Elaine Shortliff from Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Note the driver change to Corey McPherson. Apple Pie Moonshine, number 4, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Ryan DeRoche. It's All Good, number 5, owned by Colleen Chappell of Red Albin and Wayne Pike of Summerside. Colleen is the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. Red Dirt Diamond is 6, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven. Brett Clove up. 7 is Japatika, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. aboard. 8 is Singer's Choice, Jacob Sweet of Larry, the owner, trainer, and driver. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky Skierman picks up the top contenders next.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Note the driver change on the 3, Midnight Love to Corey McPherson. Hopefully David Dowling will be back soon. He's our leading driver here, and we miss him. Let's look at the 7, Jafatika, 3-year-old bay filly by Tobago Case for Jackie Heffernan of Somerville. She's also the breeder. Miles Heffernan Jr. is the trainer with Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike. Nice start at Charlottetown last Saturday in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division for $20,250. Left on the rail, finished second. Race timed 1:55 and 2, 28 and 4. Closing quarter, 3 wins on the season from 14 tries, 1:57 and 4. Record taken at Charlottetown. It's Jafatika from post 7 with Miles Heffernan Sr. at 4-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Hatchling, 2-year-old bay filly by Shadow Play for Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario, and Shirley Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Landon Campbell trains, and Mark Campbell will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday, PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Left from post 4 and finished 4th. Race time 1:56 and 1, 27 and 4. Closing quarter, Paul Angel was in the bike. 2 wins from 6 tries, lifetime 1:57 and 1. Record taken at Charlottetown in her first lifetime start on August the 7th for Mark Campbell. It's Hatchling on the rail with Mark Campbell, 4-5. And there we get a peek at the 5. It's All Good. If you're looking for some options here, might be a little bit of a long shot option. I put her in here. 4-year-old bay mare by Pang Shui for Colleen Chappell of Bredalbin and Wayne Pike of Summerside. They're also the breeders. Colleen trains. Kenny Murphy will do the driving. Started here September the 9th. Left from 5 and finished 4th. 1:59 and 1, 30 and 3 on the end of it. September the 1st here, the holiday Monday. Left from 5, finished second. Race time 1:58 and 2, 29 and 1. Closing quarter. David Dowling was in the bike for both of those starts. She's still looking for that first win of 2025. It's All Good with Kenny Murphy from post 5, 42 to 1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming second race. Field of 8 in here. Corey McPherson is on the 3, Midnight Love. Hatchling is on the rail at 1-2. Pandemonic 2 at all nines. 3 Midnight Love at 6-5. Apple Pie Moonshine 4 at 43-1. It's All Good is 5, also 43-1. 6 Red Dirt Diamond at 52-1. The 7 Jaffatika at 5-1. All nines on the 8 Singer's Choice. That's the field for the upcoming third race. Good luck with your selections. Horse and drivers are moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's third race. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Hatchling, Pandemonic, Midnight Love, Apple Pie, Moonshine, It's All Good, Red Dirt, Diamond, Jaffatika, Singer's Choice, top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralphin facing Pandemonic leaves out towards the rail. Hatchling, then between horses Midnight Love, 3 wide for 4th Jaffatika, around the turn in 5th. That's Apple Pie Moonshine to get away 6. It's All Good. Then it's a Red Dirt Diamond 7th, and the trailer Singer's Choice along the backstretch going to the opening quarter, led by Pandemonic from Miles Heffernan Jr. But here is the stablemate Jaffatika and Miles Heffernan Sr. now. They'll clear the lead. Racing from 2nd, Pandemonic 3rd. Midnight Love 29 and won the opening quarter. Hatchling around the turn is 4th. Then in 5th, Apple Pie Moonshine. It's All Good swings out from 6th. Then it's Red Dirt Diamond 7th, followed by the trailer Singer's Choice. They arrive at the half-mile next, and the backfield in motion. Jaffatika will get them halfway home. On the outside, Hatchling is first up towards the rail, racing from 3rd. That is Pandemonic. Then the 4th one as they move into the turn, Midnight Love. They were at the half in 1 minute and 2. Comfortable 31 and a 1 second quarter. By the 5/8 they go. They're led by Jaffatika. Hatchling on the outside, 2nd. 3rd at the rail, Pandemonic. Then in 4th, up between horses, It's All Good. Red Dirt Diamonds out there, 3 wide and moving into 5th. Midnight Love, nowhere to go, 6th. Then Apple Pie Moonshine is 7th, 3 high in 8th. Singer's Choice by 3/4 in 1:30 and 4. And that's Jaffatika, the leader. Hatchling on the outside. She came early, and she's hanging around late in here. It's All Good races there on the far outside. Down the stretch they come. Jaffatika almost there. Hatchling on the outside with a final shot. It's Jaffatika for Miles Sr. 2nd, that'll go to Hatchling. Red Dirt Diamond is 3rd. And the time for the mile in 2 minutes. 1/5.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. Going to the quarter, Pandemonic had the lead in 29 and 1, released stablemate Jaffatika. Jaffatika was at the half in a minute 2, down to 3/4 in 1:30 and 4. Hatchling came first over, coming to the half, and they battled down the stretch here. But Jaffatika will get the job done in 2 minutes and 1/5. 4th lifetime win, 4th win of the season. Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike, Hatchling in there for 2nd. Red Dirt Diamond with a bold 3-wide move, going to 3/4, will settle for 3rd. So it's 7-1-6 unofficially In tonight's third race, we'll see Jaffatika and Miles Heffernan Sr. in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
There's Jaffatika on her way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from the third race. Bay facing Philly 3 by Tobago K's off the Cam's Card Shark Dam. Chaya Vanaska, a homebred of Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. and driven to victory by Miles Heffernan Sr. A mile in 2 minutes and a 1/5. Jaffatika in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now, the official results from the third race: Hatchling was second. Pandemonic finished seventh with broken equipment. Midnight Love fourth. Apple Pie Moonshine fifth. It's All Good was eighth. Red Dirt Diamond finished third. Jaffatika, the race winner. Singer's Choice 6, fractions of 29 and 1, 1 minute 2. 1:30 and 4, and the mile in 2 minutes, and 1/5. From the top, your program reads 274-583-16. Jaffatika paid $12.60 to win. The Exactor $17.90. Triactor $409.50. And the Superfecta $55.63.
The 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October the 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11:30 a.m. Join us on October the 9th from 3 till 7 at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. No show wagering in here. Field of 5. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the A division for $17,740. I'm going with a 1-2-3. Backstretch beat at 3-5-2. Classifiers choices 2-3-5 in the fourth race in 7 minutes.
A division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old colt pacers in the fourth. Woodmere Mahomes number 1. Owned by Dan Ross from Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. 2 Louis the Lip, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee up. Fire and Blood number 3, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mike Downey trains and drives. 4 Woodmere Colby, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault is the trainer-driver. 5 is Darby's Fancy, owned by Kevin Bailey, Rebecca McKenzie, and Sandra O'Donnell of Nova Scotia. Trained by Pooker McCollum, driven by Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder for customers that Red Shore Super High Five comes up in race 5 and returns in race number 13 today.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Playing a hunch in here on the 1, Woodmere Mahomes. It is the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, the first A division of the evening for $17,740. Woodmere Mahomes is a 2-year-old bay gelding by Tobago Cays for Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio is the trainer and the driver. Last start last Saturday in the PEI Colt Stakes. Made a break, so we'll throw that start out. The start before that at Charlottetown, September the 6th, left from 4. Wire-to-wire winner in 157 flat. That was a maiden record, 29-1 closing quarter. Just his 5th lifetime start tonight. He's got a great spot to work it from on the rail. Woodmere Mahomes with Gilles Barrio. He's already got a win tonight, and they're at 1-9. There we see the 2, Louis the Lip, 2-year-old bay gelding by Somewhere Fancy for David Kennedy and Ian Smith. Tommy Weatherby is the trainer with Brody McPhee in the bike. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday, PI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Left on the rail, finished 4th, 157-3, 30-2 on the end of it. 6 lifetime starts, has 2 wins, 158-2 record taken right here at Summerside in the PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots on July the 16th. Louis the Lip from post 2 with Brody McPhee, 2-1. And there's a look at the 3, Fire and Blood, 2-year-old bay colt by Blood Money for Dr. Mitchell Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mike Downey is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Left from post 4 and finished 5. Race time 1:57 and 3, 28 and 2 closing quarter. 6 lifetime starts, 5 times in the top 3 with 3 wins and a record of 1:57 and 3. Taken at Charlottetown in an A division of Atlantic Sire Stakes on August the 14th. It's Fire and Blood from post 3 with Mike Downey. Good odds, 12 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 4th race. A division, 2-year-old colts Atlantic Sire Stakes. Woodmere Mahomes and Jill Berrio at 1-4. Louis the Lip and Brody McPhee at 5-2. Fire and Blood with Mike Downey at 11 to 1. There's the 4. Woodmere Colby on your screen right now with Kenny Arsenault at 4 to 1. And the 5. Derby's Fancy with Adam Murner at 24 to 1. That's the field for the A division of Atlantic Sire Stakes and the 2-year-old colts. Good luck with your selections. Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Lynn is up here now in the oval. First call, 50-50. Gate is rolling for tonight's 4th race. A field of 5 Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division 2-year-old colts lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
All right, got some new ones in the booth, Jason and Christine. And as soon as Christine come through the door, she said it's the best seat in the house. Well, she was absolutely right. Here comes the $17,740 division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. It's the 4th race. You're at historic Summerside. Post time There they go, off and pacing, and Fire and Blood, the first one out. Woodmere Mahomes along the rail is second. To their outside, Louis the Lip will round the turn third. Racing from fourth is Woodmere Kobe, and the trailer fifth, Darby's Fancy. On the backstretch they go, led by Fire and Blood, and Mike Downey in the early going. Woodmere Mahomes got away second, racing from third. That's Louis the Lip. Fourth on the cones is Woodmere Kobe, and the trailer fifth. That's Darby's Fancy. They arrived at the opening quarter, led by Fire and Blood. He's there in 30-1. He leads by 2 on Woodmere Mahomes second. Louis the Lip, he's in mid-pack third, racing fourth. That is Woodmere Kobe. And Darby's Fancy trails this field of 5 in fifth. Down the stretch they come in straight alignment. They approach the opening half mile. Fire and Blood will get them halfway home, and he may be getting a breather here in the second panel. Woodmere Mahomes is second, Louis the Lip third. There goes Woodmere Kobe, sent to the outside fourth. Darby's Fancy fifth. They arrived at the half, and they got a big-time breather in here. Just 102. That's 31-4. They'll start to pick them up, and they'll start to put them down real soon now. Fire and Blood will take them to three quarters. Woodmere Kobe on the outside second. Woodmere Mahomes at the rail third. Darby's Fancy fourth. Trailing but not out of it, Louis the Lip fifth. They're by three quarters, and the tempo has picked up in here. Fire and Blood at three quarters in 1:31-4. 29-4 in the third. Eighth of a mile left to go. Fire and Blood trying to take them all the way. Woodmere Kobe there for the stretch drive. Darby's Fancy third. Deep stretch now. Landing on the wire. Here's Woodmere Kobe on the outside with Arsenal. Second, Fire and Blood. Darby's Fancy rallied in third. And the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Going by this horse's last line, I should have known he'd be one of the best in here. Left him off the ticket, and Kenny Arso comes first up as Fire and Blood cuts at 30-1, the half in 102. Kenny moves first over, and they battle down the stretch here. We see Fire and Blood on the inside, Woodmere Kobe on the outside. Kenny's going to get it. Woodmere Kobe, fifth lifetime start, second lifetime win. Both of them here in Summerside, 2 minutes flat. Fire and Blood is second. Darby's Fancy is third. So it's 4-3-5 unofficially. In the fourth, we're going to see Woodmere Kobe and the veteran winner of over 3,500 races, Kenny Arsenault, in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
There's Woodmere Kobe on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle from today's fourth race. Bay Pacing gelding, he's two by Tobago K's from the Rusty's For Real Dam, Princess Rusty, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, bred by Jamie McKinley. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Time for the mile in 2 minutes flat. Woodmere Kobe in the Atlantic Sire Stakes, A division. At Summerside, we have the winner's circle cooler presentation.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in the fourth race: Woodmere Mahomes fourth, Louis the Lip finished fifth, Fire and Blood second, Woodmere Kobe the race winner, Darby's Fancy third, 30-1, 102, 131-4, and the mile in 2 minutes. In review, it's 4-5-2, 1-3. Woodmere Kobe paid $8.20. The exactor $37.30, triactor $116.90, and the superfecta was $12.60.
The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Redshore Summerside on live race days here. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize. Redshore Charlottetown is proud to host the 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. Friday, October the 10th is the Atlantic Classic Sale at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time. Saturday has live racing with 12:30 post time, followed by the awards banquet in the top of the park on Saturday night. Championship Sunday begins with a pancake breakfast at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, followed by live racing starting at 12:30. Thank you to sponsors McRae Backhoe and Trucking and the City of Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam. I'm going with the 154, backstretch beat at 513. Classifiers choices 153 in the sixth, fifth in 6 minutes.
St. Patrick's Morns on the fifth race parade, owned and trained by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. Kenny Murphy drives. Happened for a Reason too, owned by Mike McGuigan, Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head, and Ivan McPhee. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 3, The Gambling Man, owned by John Collins, Robbie Hughes, and Jean-Marc McKenzie. Trained by Ashley Gamester, Adam Murner catch drives. 4, The Sun and Moon, Joey Pino of Rustico, the owner, trainer, and driver. 5 is Woodmere Bullet, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet from Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson up. Daddy Boy number 6, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Goose Commander number 7, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Galway Bay number 8, Monica Sutherland of Fort Hood, Nova Scotia, the owner, trainer, and driver. 3 minutes wagering time here in race number 5. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of this Sunday evening here in Summerside. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to the 1 St. Patrick's Morn. He's the local occult in here. Rocky shows 58-1 his last time around. Gets the inside. Looks like he's got a pretty good shot. I'll go to the 5, Woodmere Bullet, who takes all the money right now, coming off a win in 58-4 his last time around. For third, I went to the 2, Happened for a Reason on post position in the early going. Then I went to 3, The Gambling Man for fourth, and my Super High 5 ticket, I took the Goose Commander from post 7. 1, 5, 2, 3, 7 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I went with the 1 as well, the local horse, St. Patrick's Morn. He's got 2 wins in a row, both 2-0-1-1 right here. And then that last start in Charlottetown, 158-1, come home in 28-3. So he's got over 11,000 made. Alan McDonald's colt. For second, I go to the 5, Woodmere Bullet. And as you mentioned, he is the favorite right now at 3-5. For third, I put the 4, the Sun and Moon. Joey Pino's colt shows 157-3 with a 28-3 closing quarter on September the 6th at Charlottetown. Then I went with the 3, the Gambling Man, Adam Murner driving for Ashley Gamester. Rounded it out with the 2, Happened for a Reason with Mike McGuigan. So I'm going to go 1, 5, 4, 3, 2. Vance going 1, 5, 2, 3, 7. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. And in this race, number 4, the Sun and Moon, removes the knee boots and removes the line pole on the outside. Have a couple of birthday shout-outs tomorrow. To my Uncle Calvin Baglow, turns 70 tomorrow. Happy birthday. And to my Uncle George Wright, celebrates a birthday tomorrow as well. So happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fifth race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B Division. Field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
St. Patrick's Morn happened for a reason. The Gambling Man, the Sun and Moon, Woodmere Bullet, Daddy Boy, Goose Commander. Galway Bay on the grandstand side. Atlantic Sire Stakes continue here in the fifth. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Daddy Boy and St. Patrick's Morn are the first two out. Towards the rail happened for a reason. In between horses as they round the turn, the Gambling Man third. Daddy Boy comes up 3 wide fourth, moving into fifth. That is the Sun and Moon to get away 6, Woodmere Bullet. Then the seventh one on the backstretch, Goose Commander and the trailer. That's Galway Bay. The leaders are St. Patrick's Morn for Kenny Murphy by 2. Happened for a reason, got away second. Then in third, that's the Gambling Man. Up into fourth, the Sun and the Moon. Daddy Boy went to plan B. He's backed up to fifth. They were at the quarter in 29 and 2. And Woodmere Bullet, he's fancy stepping and he's on the run now. The post-time favorite off stride at the back. Down the stretch they come off that 29 and 2 opening quarter. St. Patrick's Morn will get them halfway home. Happened for a reason. Wow. Longest shot on the board. He's getting a 2-hole ride in here. Racing from third. That's the Gambling Man. Daddy Boy, he comes up the inside to be fourth. As they move by the half mile in 101. They're racing to the 5/8, and there's the inquiry sign now. Race number 5 is on the judges' inquiry list, and St. Patrick's Morn opens by 3. Happened for a reason is second. On the outside third. That's the Gambling Man. The Sun and Moon takes fourth. Moving into fifth is Galway Bay. Daddy Boy backpedaling 6. Goose Commander 7th. And the trailer, Woodmere Bullet, 3/4 in 1:30. And 3, they round that top turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile out. And it's all St. Patrick's Morn in here. Driving up for second. On the outside, the Gambling Man. Way wide in third, the Sun and Moon. But it is St. Patrick's Morn. Wow, he absolutely destroys them here in the Sire Stakes. Tight for the deuce. It's up against the Gambling Man, a fast-closing Goose Commander, and between them, the Sun and Moon. But it is St. Patrick's Morn home in the Sire Stakes, 159-4. Reminder of the judges' inquiry underway here in the fifth. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B Division. St. Patrick's Morn goes right down the road in his 7th lifetime start. Gets his 3rd win. 29 and 2, the half in 101, down to 3/4 in 130 and 3, and he's home and cooled here. Nice shot by Universal Media as we see St. Patrick's Morn get a new lifetime record tonight, 159 and 4. Kenny Murphy supplies the winning drive to St. Patrick's Morn for Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. In for second, it is close on the line. Posted now, the 3. That's the Gambling Man is second. Up for third is the 7 Goose Commander. It's 1-3-7. Unofficially in the fifth, we're going to see St. Patrick's Morn and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner Circle next.
Judges' inquiry involves a break on 5. Woodmere Bullet going to the 3/8. St. Patrick's Morn on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in the fifth race. Facing Brown Gelding, 2 years, the son of Malicious from the intrepid Sealster Dam, White Sand Whisper. Alan McDonald of East Biddeford owns, trained, also the breeder, Kenny Murphy. Put the colt on top at every call, facing to a new record today, 159 and 4. St. Patrick's Morn captures a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes at Summerside with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All-Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All-Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the fifth race. Number 5, Woodmere Bullet, made the break on his own, going to 3/8. Interfere with number 7, Goose Commander, with number 7 finishing ahead of number 5. No placings required. Now the official results in race 5, St. Patrick's Morn. The race winner, Happened for a Reason, was 6. The Gambling Man finished 2nd. The Sun and Moon was 4th. Woodmere Bullet 7th. Daddy Boy was 8th. Goose Commander finished 3rd. Galway Bay was 5th. 29 and 2, 101, 130 and 3, and the mile 159 and 4. In review, 162, 478, 35. St. Patrick's Morn paid 470. The exactor 970. The triactor 102.80. Super High 5 yet to be posted.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside on a Sunday evening. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about Spin to Win at Red Shore, Charlottetown. It's back from September 1st to the 30th. Rewards Club members have a chance to spin the prize wheel and win up to $1,000 in free play prizing. Seat draws take place every hour between 3 and 8 p.m. from Sunday to Thursday. For more details and to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. They're coming out of the paddock right now. I'm going to go with a 1-4-6. Backstretch beat likes 4, 5, and 1. And the classifier's choice is 1, 4, and 3. In tonight's 6th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the B division in 6 minutes.
Two-year-old pacing fillies Atlantic sired on the 6th race parade. Tobin's Cover Girl won, owned by Corey Livingston, and Max Seal, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Back River J2 is owned by Back River Stable of Gould's, Newfoundland, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Redland Rain number 3, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, Don McNeil Jr., trained by Earl Watts. Today, Brody McPhee up. Terrorizer This number 4, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 5 is Electra Flying, owned by Darrell and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Darrell trains and drives. Number 6 is Hamac Fancy, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle is the trainer. Paul Langell drives. 4 minutes to post time. Thank you to Peter Smith of Metro Home Building Center and Arnold Hagen with High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, title sponsors of the 2025 Maritime Breeders' Stake.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 6th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the B division for $6,000. Landing on the rail sitter, Tobin's Cover Girl. 2-year-old brown filly by Bet the Moon for Corey Livingston and Max Seal. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday. PEI Coal Stakes Grassroots. Left from post 2 and finished 2. Race timed 1:59 and 2. Closed it out in 30 and 2. Still looking for that maiden win. Could be tonight. On the rail is Tobin's Cover Girl with Adam Murner at 6-5. There we see the 4, Terrorizer This, 2-year-old bay filly by Stonebridge Terror. For Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, Landon Campbell is the trainer, Mark Campbell in the bike. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday. From post 2, finished 4th. Race time 1:59 and 4, 30 and 1 closing quarter. Another one looking for that maiden win could be today. Terrorizer This with Mark Campbell from post 4 at 4-1. And there we get a peek at the 6, Hamac Fancy, 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle Williams is the trainer. Paul Langell will do the driving. Made a break in the last start on Saturday at Charlottetown, September 13th. From post 5, finished 5, race time 2:01 and 2. Paul Langell was in the bike. Halmac Fancy leaving 6 tonight with Paul Angel. Your current choice at even money. Got a couple of visitors to the broadcast desk tonight. My old buddy Jason McCausland. We go all the way back to grade 4 at Elm Street. Him and his girlfriend Christine Arsenault. They're here to see me tonight on the broadcast desk as the 6th race lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Tobin's Cover Girl, Back River Jade, Redland Rain, Terrorizer This, Electrifying, Halmac Fancy, a half a dozen 2-year-old filly pacers in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Race 6, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, electrifying leaves out. Back River Jade, then towards the rail. Tobin's Cover Girl, Back River Jade. She got rough and fancy stepping early. They're at the 8th pole, led by Tobin's Cover Girl from Erner. Electrifying now tucks in second, racing from third. Redland Rain, fourth on the outside is Terrorizer this. Then fifth, that is Back River Jade on the outside, sixth. That's How Mac Fancy as they arrive at the quarter, led by Tobin's Cover Girl. How Mac Fancy, wow! She went from worst to first in the blink of an eye off a 29 and 3 opening quarter. How Mac Fancy and Langell took over the lead. Tobin's Cover Girl races from second. Then the third one, Electrifying. Fourth is Redland Rain. Racing from fifth, Terrorizer this. The trailer, Back River Jade, they're halfway home now, led by How Mac Fancy. Tobin's Cover Girl races from second. The half's up in 59 seconds flat. That's Electrifying around the turn third. Fourth is Redland Rain. Terrorizer this fifth. On the outside sixth, Back River Jade. To the backstretch they go. And the 3/4 comes next. How Mac Fancy will get them there. Tobin's Cover Girl is second with the leaders third. Electrifying. Then in fourth, it's Redland Rain. Fifth on the outside, Back River Jade. And now the trailer, Terrorizer this. The 3/4 in 1. 29 and 1. They're down to an 8 left to go. How Mac Fancy turning home. Tobin's Cover Girl to the outside. Terror racing third. Electrifying. They're in deep. Stretch now. Coming to the wire next. How Mac Fancy wins for Paul Langell. Tobin's Cover Girl was second. Electrifying third. And the time for the mile in this division of the Shire Stakes, 1:59.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the B division. Third lifetime start for How Mac Fancy. She goes down the road, 29 and 3, the half in 59. Down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 1. Here is the stretch drive. How Mac Fancy on the inside. Tobin's Cover Girl in the middle with Electrifying on the outside. You can't see. Great shot by Universal Media here as we see How Mac Fancy getting maiden record tonight of 1:59 and 4. Paul Langell in the bike for the win. Tobin's Cover Girl is second. Electrifying is third. It's 6-1-5 unofficially in the 6th. We'll see How Mac Fancy and Paul Langell in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
How Mac Fancy on her way to the winner's circle from the afternoon 6th race. Bay facing filly, she's 2 by Somewhere Fancy from the Well Said Dam. Clare Hall, Hanover, owned by James Trainer of Elderslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman, bred by Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield. Trained by Kyle Williams, driven to victory by Paul Angel. She'll get a maiden record today of 159 and 4. Hamac Fancy in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results in race 6. Tobin's Cover Girl was second. Back River Jade 6th. Redland Rain 5th. Terrorizer this 4th. Electra Flying was third. Hamac Fancy the race winner, 29 and 3, 59, 129 and 1, and the mile 159 and 4. From the top, your program reads 265, 431. Hamac Fancy paid 510. The Exactor 990, Triactor 5110, and the Superfectus 758. We're down to the final call to purchase a 50-50 ticket today, right now valued at $410. And this is your final call to purchase a 50-50 ticket on today's card from your friends at the Prince County Horsemen's Club Sales and Promotion Committee. $410 to the winner right now. Final call on the 50-50.
Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSirestakes.ca. And there are selections on the screen for the upcoming 7th race. I'm going to go with a 3-4-2 in here. Backstretch speed at 3, 4, and 1. Classifiers choice is 3, 2, 4. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts A division coming up next.
Seventh race is an A division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old facing colts and geldings. Ocean View Lou, number 1, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Tom does the training. Brody McPhee drives. Roll with the Warden, number 2, owned by Elmer Fallon and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3 is 0260, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifwan Melanson, Gilberto. Sporty Anthony, number 4, owned by Jason Bigger of Muscush and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills, trained by Jason Bigger. Kenny Murphy aboard. 5 is Smilin' with Lou, owned by Gordy McCabe of Onslow Mountain, Nova Scotia. Pooker McCollum trains and drives. Number 6, Tiziano, owned by Claire McDonald, Kevin McFadgen, and Ian Tate of Nova Scotia. Claire trains and drives. 3 minutes to 7th race, post time. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Redshores Summerside. Players have a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October 6th and November 11th. For more details, go to Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the A division, landing on the 3, 0260. 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Tobago K's for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifwa Melanson is the trainer with Gilberto in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. Very impressive 2 starts. August the 31st at Woodstock in the Milton Downey. Left from post 3, wire-to-wire winner by 5 in 157-3. Closed it out 28-1 for Gilberto. Followed that up last Saturday in the PEI Coal Stakes Gold Division for $18,600. Left from post 5, wire-to-wire winner by 2 3/4 lengths in 156-3, 27-4 closing quarter. Gilberto was in the bike. That was a new race win record. 0260 from post 3 with Gilberto aboard at 1-9. There we get a peek at the 4, Sporty Anthony, 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Somewhere Fancy for Jason Bigger of Muscush and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Jason Bigger is the trainer. And Kenny Murphy looking for win number 2 tonight. He's in the bike. Last start was last Saturday in Charlottetown, PEI Coal Stakes Gold Division for $18,600. Left from post 6, finished 3rd. Race timed in 157-1, 28 seconds flat on the end of it. 5 lifetime starts, 5 times in the top 3 with 2 wins and almost $25,000 in the bank. Took a record of 156-3 in his first lifetime start at Truro Raceway on July the 6th with Kenny Murphy in the bike. And he's in the bike tonight on the 4, Sporty Anthony, right now 5-1. And there's a peek at the 2, Roll with the Warden, 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Roll with it Harry for Elmer Fallon and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson is the trainer and the driver. He's looking for win number 2 tonight as well. Last start was in Charlottetown last Saturday. Gold Division PEI Coal Stakes from post 3. Finished 4th, 157-3, 28-1 on the end of it. 0260 was the winner. Start before that at Charlottetown on September the 6th from the rail was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 158 flat. That was a new race win record. 29-3 closing quarter with Corey McPherson aboard. Could be on the front tonight. It's going to be a battle between the 1 and the 2, I believe, for the front, maybe the 3 as well. Roll with the Warden with Corey McPherson, 5-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 7th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division. 2-year-old colt, $17,740 on the line. Ocean View Lou and Brody McPhee at 12-1. Roll with the Warden 2 with Corey McPherson at 5-1, 0-263 and Jill Mario 1-4. Sporty Anthony 4 and Kenny Murphy at 5-2. Smiling with Lou with Booker McCollum on your screen right now at 16-1 and 16-1 on the 6 Tiziano with Claire McDonald. That's the field for the upcoming 7th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race, a field of 6 in the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old Colts A division. They're behind the Metro Home Billing Center starting 8. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Ocean View Lou, Roll with the Warden, 0-260, Sporty Anthony. Smiling with Lou, Tiziano. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes A division for $17,740. Top of the stretch. 7th race, ready for a start. Ralph and pacing 0-260, Sporty Anthony and Ocean View Lou along the rail. That trio are leaving out. Racing from 4th as they move round the turn. That's a Roll with the Warden. Tiziano comes up 5th on the outside. Then the trailer is Smiling with Lou. On the backstretch they go, and here is Sporty Anthony taking over the lead for Kenny Murphy. 0-260 is second, right with them in 3rd. Ocean View Lou gapping in 4th. Roll with the Warden. Tiziano now 5th, and the trailer, that's Smiling with Lou. They were at the opening quarter, the 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Boom! Just like that, 27-4! And that's Sporty Anthony, the fired-up leader for Murphy. Second is 0-260, Ocean View Lou 3rd. Closing in 4th, Roll with the Warden. Tiziano 5th. And then the 6th one, Smiling with Lou. Halfway home, led by Sporty Anthony in 57-4. Rounding the turn they go. The next station is 5-8, Sporty Anthony leading 0-260. On the outside, Roll with the Warden 3rd. Ocean View Lou riding the rail 4th. Tiziano 5th. Smiling with Lou 6th. Here comes the 3/4. Sporty Anthony will get them there. 0-260 at the rail 2nd. On the outside 3rd, that's Roll with the Warden. Ocean View Lou is tipping out 4th. The 3/4 in 1:26 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Sporty Anthony still leads, and he's homeward bound. In at the rail, 0-260. Roll with the Warden. Ocean View Lou. Deep stretch now. Here is 0-260 for Perio on the end of it. Looked like Sporty Anthony might have held second. We'll be looking at pictures here in the 7th, but it's 0-260 in 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. And Sporty Anthony was fired up tonight in the front, 27-4, 57-4 to the half. Down to 3/4, 126 and 4, and here's the stretch drive. 0-260 got a great trip in here tonight in the 2-hole, and is going to spring into action down the stretch here. Gil Berrio's going to get his second win in the night in the Sire Stakes, winning with 0-260. That's 3 in a row for 0-260. 157 and 1 the mile tonight. In for second, tight on the line here, but now posted the 4. Sporty Anthony is second with the 6. Tiziano third. So it's 3-4-6 unofficially in the 7th. We're going to see 0-260 and Gil Berrio in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next. Last call 50-50. Brenda is up here right now in the oval. Last call 50-50.
Zero to 60 on his way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle from today's 7th race. Bay facing gelding 2 by Tobago Caves from the Amerifan Gigolo Dam, J.J. Mistress. Home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Bred by Jamie McKinley, trained by Sifwa Melanson. Gil Berrio with his second winner on the day for the double. And the Colt picks up his 5th win on the season. The mile in 157 and 1. 0-260 in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the trackside Winner's Circle presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the Champion Sire, Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results in the 7th race. Ocean View Lou 4th. Roll with the Warden 5th. 0-260 the race winner. Sporty Anthony finished 2nd. Smilin' with Lou 6th. Tiziano 3rd. 27 and 4. 57 and 4. 126 and 4. And the mile 157 and 1. In review 451 263. 0-260, paid $250 to win. The exactor 490, triactor 3140, and the superfecta was 1191.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday evening. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, with Vance Cameron calling all the action in the booth. Let's talk about the Island Oceans Trot Series. Red Shores is pleased to present the 2025 edition. The first three legs of the series will go for a purse of $6,500 each, followed by the final on Sunday, October the 12th, for a purse of $15,000. Thank you to title sponsor Berkey by the Bay Stables for their continued support of harness racing here on Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division. I'm going to go 4-2-1 as his backstretch beat. Classifier's choice at 4-2-7 in the 8th race in 6 minutes. Note the driver change on the 6th, Saltwater, captain in this race, to Ryan Darash.
Eighth race of division of the Sire Stakes on parade. Chacon number 1 over Walter Daigle from Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. Shanghai Whiskey number 2, owned and trained by Wade Myers of Charlottetown, today Brody McPhee. Over When It's Over number 3, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Streak Antonio number 4, owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson, as Joe Barrio drives. Choose Me number 5, owned by Lauren Larkin of Mount Herbert, trained and driven by Joey Pino. Saltwater Captain number 6, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, Gwyneth McWork, and Rick Adams, trained by David Myers. Note the driver change to Ryan Darash. Starship Sharky 7, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. What's It To You number 8, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, Paul Langell drives. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky is back with the top contenders, but first a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Field of 8 in here. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division, landing on the 4. Streak Antonio. 2-year-old Bay Gelding Blood Money for Raymond Primo of However Maison, Quebec. Ronnie Matheson trains and Jill Barrio in the bike. Come into this one On a 2-race winning streak, August the 24th, right up here in Summerside. Joe O'Brien Grassroots for $14,400 left from post 2. Wire-to-wire winner in 2 minutes flat. That was a maiden record, 28-4 closing quarter. Then in Charlottetown last Saturday, PEI Coal Stakes Grassroots for $9,300 left from 2. Wire-to-wire winner in 157-4, 28-3. Closing quarter, that was a new race win record. Streak Antonio, Gil Barrio, looking for win number 3 tonight in stakes action. They're leaving from post 4, and they're the current choice at 3-5. There we get a peek at the 2, Shanghai Whiskey, 2-year-old brown colt by Shanghai Phil for Wade Myers of Charlottetown, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Brody McPhee will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday. PEI Coal Stakes left from post 7. Finished second. Race time 158-3, 29-2. Closing quarter took a maiden record earlier on at Charlottetown of 2:01-1 on August the 2nd. Shanghai Whiskey post 2 with Brody McPhee. Good odds, 7-1. And there we get a peek at the rail sitter. Chacan is a 2-year-old bay colt by Blood Money for Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Morgan Shepherd trains. Colin Shepherd will do the driving. Charlottetown last Saturday, stakes action from post 6, finished 4th, 158-4, 28-4 closing quarter. Nice start in Charlottetown. Old Home Week, August the 14th, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division from post 5, a winner by 2 1/4 in 158-3, maiden record. Closed it out in 29-2, followed that up in Charlottetown, August the 23rd, from post 6, a winner by a length in 2 minutes, 2/5, 28-4. Closing quarter could be there tonight on the end of it. It's Chacan on the rail with Colin Shepherd, 2-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 8th race. Field of 8 in here. 5-2 on Chacan with Colin Shepherd on the rail. The 2, Shanghai Whiskey and Brody McPhee at 6-1. 25-1 on the 3, Over When It's Over, and Jason Hughes. The 4, Streak Antonio with Jill Barry, your current choice at 3-5. The 5, Choose Me and Joey Pino. All 9s on the board. 6, Saltwater Captain. Note the driver change to Ryan Drash at 18-1. 7 is Starship Sharky and Mark Campbell at 5-1. Rounding out the field, What's It To You with Paul Angel from post 8 at 30-1. That's the field for the upcoming 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts B Division. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 8th race. Field of 8 in Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. 2-year-old colts. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Chacan, Shanghai Whiskey, Over What It's Over, Streak Antonio, Choose Me, Saltwater Captain, Starship Sharky, What's It To You on the outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Streak Antonio. Starship Sharky on the far outside towards the rail. Shanghai Whiskey as they round the turn in here. Chicane's away fourth, between horses fifth, over when it's over. Then Choose Me is sixth. Saltwater Captain seventh, and the trailer, What's It To Ya? Up the backstretch, and here is Streak Antonio and Gilberto to clear the lead. Shanghai Whiskey took him on, is settled up for the two-hole ride. Chicane racing third. That is Starship Sharky fourth. They were at the quarter in 29 seconds flat. Back into fifth is Over When It's Over. Choose Me is sixth. Saltwater Captain, he's seventh. And the trailer, What's It To Ya? Off the paddock turn they come for the first time. They're in straight alignment. Arriving next at the opening half mile. Streak Antonio halfway home at 1-9. Tracking second, Shanghai Whiskey. Chicane's in third. Fourth is Starship Sharky. Then in fifth, it's Over When It's Over. 58 and for the half mile. Rounding the turn, arriving at 5-8, and it's Streak Antonio the leader. Shanghai Whiskey the two-hole ride. Chicane third. Starship Sharky fourth. Over When It's Over on the outside fifth. Saltwater Captain moved into sixth. Choose Me back to seventh. And What's It To Ya on the outside is eighth. They're by 3/4. Streak Antonio got them there in 1:28 and 4. Shanghai Whiskey has had the two-hole ride. Chicane is there on the outside third, and they're headed on home, led by Streak Antonio. Second is Shanghai Whiskey. Chicane third, deep in the stretch. On the wire next, Streak Antonio right alongside with Shanghai Whiskey on the end of it. Chicane third. It will be a win photo. 1:58 for that.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division. Streak Antonio drove up to the lead, 29 flat, the half up, 58 and 4. Down to 3/4, 128 and 4. And here's the stretch drive with Streak Antonio. On the outside is Shanghai Whiskey. You can't see Chicane off your screen there, but it looks to me like Streak Antonio is going to hold on to win this one. And it is now posted. Streak Antonio gets the job done here tonight in 1:58 flat. That's 3 in a row for this 2-year-old by Blood Money. Shanghai Whiskey in there for second. Chicane is third. That is 4-2-1 unofficially, ice cold in tonight's 8th race. We're going to see Streak Antonio and Gilberto in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Streak Antonio on his way to the winner's circle from the 8th race. Bay facing Gelding 2. He's the son of Blood Money off the big Jim Dam Streak of Caroline. Owned and bred by Raymond Primo. Trained by Ronnie Matheson. Gilberto has his third stakes victory on the day for the triple. And the colt will get his third in a row. The mile 1:58, Streak Antonio in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Chacon third, Shanghai Whiskey second. Over 1, it's over fourth. Streak Antonio, the race winner. Choose Me was 8th. Saltwater Captain finished 6th. Starship Sharky was 5th. What's It To You finished 7th. They went 29, 58 and 4, 128 and 4, and the mile in 158. In review, 324, 186, 57. Streak Antonio paid 220 to win. The Exactor 580, Triactor 1030, Superfectus 647. Now time to check those 50-50 draw tickets, today valued at $506. The winning number is 287230. Today's 50-50 winning number for $506, 287230. Good luck.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday evening. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, along with Vance Cameron, bringing you all the action here tonight. Atlantic Sire Stakes action, 2-year-old colts and fillies in the A and B divisions, 8 races in the books. Let's talk about HPI PEI rewards. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI PEI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Field of 8 in here. Note the driver change on the 5. Starship Zodiac, make the driver Brett LeBlanc. I'm going to go 4-2-3 in here. Backstretch beat at 5-2-3. Classifier's choice is 5-2-4 in the 9th race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at the win photo from tonight's 8th race. You're seeing Streak Antonio nipping Shanghai Whiskey on the line. Good photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Condition pacers on the 9th race parade. Number 1, Pineapple Express. Willie McKay of Port Alban owns, trains, and drives. Phil Dolene's 2, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie. Lyndon Hardy of Coleman, trained by Alan McDonald. Brody McPhee. 3 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Glenn and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Brookdale Gym, number 4, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell. 5 is Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training. Note the driver change to Brett LeBlanc. Bold and Bad is 6, owned and trained by Dina Clough of New Haven. Brett Clough drives. Hemingway is 7, owned and trained by Abby Clough of Cornwall. Kenny Murphy. Mr. William 8, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson drives. 3 minutes to post time. This is race day from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Stand by for a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Life is filled with moments worth celebrating. During the festivities, it's important to remember that all alcohol use comes with risks. You have the right to know that drinking less alcohol reduces your health and social risks.
I have a lot to be healthy for.
I have the right to know,
I don't need alcohol to celebrate.
and that's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
Join us in helping others be aware of the risks. Choose to drink less, because less is best.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the veteran horse, Brookdale Jim, 11-year-old bay gelding by Articulator for Doug and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer is the trainer with Paul Angel in the bike. Paul Angel looking for a driving double tonight. The last start was here last Tuesday from 8 on the outside, finished 8th, race time 1:58 and 3, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Has a win, 1:57 and 4 right here at Summerside this season. I'm looking at this horse and the post position relief in here, and he also drops down in class. Brookdale Jim from post 4 tonight with Paul Angel. Good odds, 16-1. And there's a look at the 2, Phil Dorleans. He's a 10-year-old bay gelding by Shanghai Phil for Kent Williams and Lyndon Hardy. Alan McDonald is the trainer. Alan's looking for a training double tonight. Brody McPhee is in the bike. Last start was here Tuesday night from the rail. Finished 3rd, 1:57 and 3, 29 and 3 closing quarter. Does have a win this season, 1:57 and 3 right here at Summerside. Phil Dorleans from post 2 with Brody McPhee at 9-2. And there we see the 3, J.J. Patrick's, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Image of Dawn for Mark Gallan and Rick Armstrong. Rick Armstrong trains. Brady Sweet will do the driving. Started here Tuesday night, left from post 2 and finished 2, 1:57 and 3, 29 and 2 closing quarter. John Davidson was in the bike. Has a win, 1:58 and 4 this season right here at Summerside. J.J. Patrick leaves 3 tonight with Brady Sweet aboard at 10-1.
Today's winner of the 50-50 draw was Lena Livingston of Charlottetown. Congratulations.
Shout out to Lester Stewart watching the races tonight over on the backstretch. Hope you're enjoying all the action tonight, Lester, as the 9th race lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Pineapple Express, Phil Dawlings, J.J. Patrick, Brookdale Jim, Starship Zodiac, Bold and Bad, Hemingway, Mr. Williams outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralph and pacing, J.J. Patrick and Phil Darlene's leave out. Pineapple Express third into the turn to get away fourth. Brookdale Jim. Starship Zodiac fifth. Bold and Bad is sixth. Mr. Williams seventh. And Hemingway trails eighth. To the backstretch they go. Phil Darlene's at the rail, the leader. On the outside, here's J.J. Patrick. He's going to take over top spot. In line to Brady Sweet. Phil Darlene's now second. Pineapple Express third. Then in fourth. That is Brookdale Jim racing from fifth. Starship Zodiac. Then Bold and Bad has sixth. Seventh, Mr. William. Hemingway is eight. A solid beginning of 28 and 2. And as they move off the turn, Phil Dawlings went back to the lead. But here now is Brookdale Jim on the outside. And he'll claim top spot towards the half mile. Racing second, Phil Dawlings. J.J. Patrick third. Starship Zodiac fourth on the outside. Pineapple Express at the rail fifth. Moving out sixth. That's Bold and Bad. Hemingway up the inside seventh. Mr. William on the outside is 8. 58 and 3 was the halfway home time. Down to 3/8 of a mile to go. Brookdale Jim will lead them to 3/4. Phil Dawlings second. Racing from third is J.J. Patrick. Starship Zodiac picks up fourth on the outside. At the rail, Pineapple Express fifth. Bold and Bad sixth. Going 3 wide, seventh, Mr. William. Now trailing Hemingway. 3/4 in the books in 1:28 flat. And they round that top turn for the final time. That is Brookdale Jim with an 8th left to go. Phil Dawlings second, coming to the outside. J.J. Patrick third. Down the stretch they come. Brookdale Jim still there. Phil Dawlings between horses. J.J. Patrick on the inside. It's going to be Brookdale Jim to hang on for Paul Angel. Second, that'll go to Phil Dawlings. J.J. Patrick is third in 1:57.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. After some give and go with Phil Dawlings on the front end, they're at the quarter 28 and 2. Brookdale Jim comes up to the outside, gets to the front of the half in 58 and 3. Down to 3/4 in 1:28, and here's the stretch drive. We see Brookdale Jim going to get his 27th lifetime win, second win of the season, dropping down a class a bit. That was my angle tonight, and he gets the job done in 1:57 and 4. In for second, Phil Dawlings. J.J. Patrick is third. 4-2-3, ice cold for me here in the 9th. We're going to see Brookdale Jim. Paul Angel doubles up in the bike tonight. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bids Winner's Circle next.
The veteran Brookdale Jim on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in the ninth. Bay facing gelding. He's 11 by Articulator. From the Northern Luck Dam, Half Luck, a homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell picks up his second win for the double. The mile in 157 and 4. Brookdale Jim doubles up Paul Langell in the ninth. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Pineapple Express, 6th. Phil Darlene, 2nd. J.J. Patrick, 3rd. Brookdale Jim, the race winner. Starship Zodiac was 4th. Bold and Bad finished 7th. Hemingway was 8th. Mr. William, 5th. 28 and 2. 58 and 3. 128. And the mile 157 and 4. In review, 623 147 85. Brookdale Jim, $6 to win. The Exactor, $15.50. Triactor, $34.70. And the Superfecta was $11.23.
Red Shores Racing is proud to present the Player Portal. This page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race free plays, and more. Visit the Player Portal at Redshores.ca/racing. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old fillies in the A division. I'm going 8-1-3, backstretch beat likes 8-1-5. Classifier's choice is 8-1-3 in the 10th race in 6 minutes.
A division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old filly Pacers. Purse money, $20,020. One Baker's Dozen, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Paul Langell drives. 2 is Fernhill Cream, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford. Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee up. Elm Grove Uncanny, number 3, owned by Joe Baxter, Spring Valley, and Erith Rowley of Summerside. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 is Salisbrook Desi, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulfshore, Nova Scotia, trained by Lenny Myers, today out of Murder. G is Gem, number 5, owned by Donna Wilson of Brookside, Nova Scotia, trained by Toby McDonald. Claire McDonald drives. Uptown Tonight, number 6, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Sr. driving. Lila Berry, number 7, owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Number 8, Windermere Sky, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Matt Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell aboard. 2 minutes to post time. And Rocky, once again, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the 10th. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Got to go to the far outside of the gate this time, Mr. Skirman. That's the 8 Windermere Sky. She's been a special filly, as Earl called her. She is undefeated in 7 tries, and if we get a shot at the track record, it's going to be with her. Today, post 8 is going to make a little difference. Going to 1 Baker's Dozen for the deuce. I went to 3 Elm Grove Candy for third, and then for super players, I went Salisbrook Desi at 8-1-3-4. But before we get to your selections, Rocky, congratulations. You're filling the pockets of the patrons today. I see triactor after triactor, triactor. Congratulations.
Got to get lucky sometime, I guess, but we're agreeing with the 8-1-3 in here, and let's chuck in the 4 as well for the super. So let's go 8-1-3-4, the both of us here. If one of us is going to get it, we're both going to get it. Get in on the selections here in the 10th. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 10th race. A division 2-year-old fillies, Atlantic Sire Stakes, $20,020. Baker's Dozen, Paul Angel, 7-2. Fernhill Cream and Brody McPhee at 13-1. The 3 Elm Grove Uncanny on your screen right now with Kenny Murphy at 10-1. Salisbrook Desi, the 4 with Adam Murner at 11-1. 5 is G is Gem with Claire McDonald at 14-1. 6 Uptown Tonight with Miles Heffernan Sr. at 38-1. The 7 Lila Berry with Mike McGuigan at 37-1. Rounding out the field is Windermere Sky with Mark Campbell at your current choice 1-4. That is the field for the upcoming 10th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for this evening's 10th race. A field of 8 Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies A division. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Baker's Dozen, Fernhill Cream, Elm Grove Uncanny. Salzbrook Desi, Gia's Gem, Uptown Tonight, Lila Berry, Windermere Sky in the grandstand side, top of the stretch. 2-year-old pacing fillies chase $20,020 post time and a staggered start to get them underway in the A division towards the rail. Baker's Dozen will lead them out. Elm Grove Uncanny will race around the turn second, dropping in third. Uptown Tonight, fourth on the outside is Windermere Sky. Away fifth is Fernhill Cream. Then Gia's Gem is sixth. Seventh is Salzbrook Desi, and trailing the field, Lila Berry in eighth. And here comes Windermere Sky. The undefeated filly takes over the lead as they'll arrive at the quarter mile and line to Mark Campbell. Baker's Dozen goes second. Elm Grove Uncanny third. They were off a sharp opener. 28 seconds flat was the quarter. Windermere Sky by 2. Baker's Dozen second. Elm Grove Uncanny third. Uptown Tonight fourth. Then in fifth, that is Fernhill Cream. Gia's Gems in sixth. Racing from seventh as they move towards the half mile. Salzbrook Desi and the trailer is Lila Berry. They're halfway home, led by Windermere Sky and Mark Campbell. Racing from second is Baker's Dozen. Uptown Tonight underway third. The opening half was up in 58 seconds flat. Wheeling on by the 5/8 pole, Windermere Sky leads Baker's Dozen. Elm Grove Uncanny continuing third. Racing from fourth, the in-between horses Uptown Tonight. 3 wide in fifth. That's Salzbrook Desi. On the cone sixth, that's Fernhill Cream. Seventh is Gia's Gem. Lila Berry eighth. The 3/4 1. 28 and 1. They're down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Windermere Sky. She's opened up by 3. Baker's Dozen is second. Elm Grove Uncanny third. Deep stretch now. Here's what perfection looks like. Windermere Sky in the Sire Stakes for Mark Campbell. Second, that'll go to Baker's Dozen. Third is Elm Grove Uncanny. It's Windermere Sky in 1:56.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the A division. $20,020 on the line. She was saddled with post 8 Windermere Sky, but she overcomes that, folks. 28.58, 128 and 1. Well rated mile by driver Mark Campbell, and she's home and cooled here in 1:56 and 3. She's 8 for 8. 2-year-old filly by Somewhere Fancy for Windermere Farms of Springvale, and Matt Burke of Stratford. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, the trainer, and as I mentioned, Mark Campbell in the bike for the driving win. In for second, Baker's Dozen. Elm Grove Uncanny third. It's 8-1-3. Ice cold again here in the 10th. We're going to see Windermere Sky and Mark Campbell in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
The filly remains perfect after her score today here in historic Summerside. Windermere Sky Arriving at the 10th race winner's circle, bay pacing Philly 2 by Somewhere Fancy. Off the Mr. Big Dam, Howmack Missy. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Matt Burke of Stratford. Windermere Farms are the breeders. Earl Watts does the conditioning. And Mark Campbell back in the seat for the win. She's 8 for 8. And she wins today in 156-3. Windermere Sky in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle. Cooler presentation. Now the official results from race 10. Baker's Dozen was second, Fernhill Cream fourth. Elm Grove Uncanny third, Salisbrook Desi fifth. Gia's Gem was sixth. Uptown Tonight finished seventh and had broken equipment. Lila Berry was eighth. Windermere Sky the race winner. Fractions of 28, 58, 128 and 1, and the mile 156 and 3. From the top, your program reads 243 567 81. Windermere Sky paid 240. The Exactor 360. Triactor was 870. And the Superfecta 528.
Follow Redshore's official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, gaming floors. This includes any postponements, delays, or rescheduling of official dates. Get the information you need from our Red Shores official platforms. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division for $6,000. I'm going to go 1-3-5. Backstretch beat at 5-2-1. Classifiers choices 5, 1, and 7 in the 11th race in 7 minutes.
The 11th race, a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. Number 1 is Windermere Brett, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell driving. 2, Mr. Harris, owned by Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, trained by Earl Watts out of Murder. Real Fancy Pants, number 3, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. All Positive 4, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, Miles Sr. driving. 5, Bet on Evil, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Do or Die, number 6, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay, Gilles Barriol. I'll Walk the Line, number 7, owned the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, David O'Brien up. Number 8 is Woodmere LeBron, owned by Kyle Marchbank of Tyne Valley, trained by Tammy Collings, Mark Campbell. 4 minutes to post time. Live racing returns here Tuesday. It's a 6 p.m. start time.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts in the B division. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Field of 8, landing on the rail sitter, Windermere Britt. 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Somewhere Fancy for Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, Prince Edward Island. Kyle Williams trains. Paul Langell in the bike, looking for his 3rd win tonight. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday. PI Colt Stakes Grassroots Division, left from post 3. A winner by 2 1/4 in 1:58 and 1:29 and 2 closing quarter. 6 lifetime starts with 5 times in the top 3 with 2 wins, and that new record taken in his last start. It's Windermere Britt on the rail with Paul Langell, 2-1. There's a look at the 3, Real Fancy Pants, 2-year-old bay gelding by Somewhere Fancy for Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, who's also the breeder. Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes is in the bike. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday in the PEI Colt Stakes, the grassroots division. Left from 5 and finished 3rd. Race timed 1:58 and 3, 30 and 2 closing quarter. 6th lifetime start tonight for Real Fancy Pants, looking for that maiden win. Post 3 with Jason Hughes at 5-2. And there's a look at the 5, Bet on Evil, 2-year-old brown gelding by Bet the Moon for Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Mike McGrigan is the trainer and driver. Started at Charlottetown last Saturday, PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Left from post 6 and finished 5th. Race time 1:57 and 3, 28 and 4 closing quarter. 2 wins from 9 lifetime tries, 1:57 and 4 record. Taken at Charlottetown on August the 2nd. Bet on Evil from post 5, 7-5. The winner in our weekly voucher is Billy Keogh. Come to the broadcast desk, Billy Keogh. Tonight's 11th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts in the B division for $6,000. Field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Windermere Brett, Mr. Harris, Real Fancy Pants. Oh, positive Bet on Evil. Do or Die, I'll Walk the Line. Woodmere LeBron's on the outside. It's the 11th Atlantic Sire Stakes. 2-year-old colt pacers, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Windermere Brett at the rail, the first one out. Real Fancy Pants is second. Third into the turn, Mr. Harris. Oh, Positive goes fourth. Then in fifth, that's Bet on Evil. From the outside, I'll walk the line. Off stride on the lead. Windermere Brett jumped it off. On the backstretch now going to the quarter, led by Real Fancy Pants and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Second is Mr. Harris. Oh, Positive third. I'll walk the lines in fourth. Fifth, that is Bet on Evil. Do or Die goes sixth. In seventh, that's Woodmere LeBron. And at the back, Windermere Brett, the trailer, 30 and 4. Open this one up. Comfortable pace as they move over to the 3/8 pole, led by Real Fancy Pants. Mr. Harris, the 2-hole ride, racing from third. That's O Positive. Here comes Bet on Evil now, starting up to take over fourth on the outside. I'll walk the lines in fifth and moving out. Do or Die sixth. Then seventh, Woodmere LeBron, and Windermere Brett, the trailer. Halfway home, the leader, Real Fancy Pants, and he was there in a comfortable 102 and 2. Bet on Evil on the outside is second. Third up the rail, Mr. Harris racing fourth. That's O Positive. I'll walk the line fifth. Do or Die sixth. Woodmere LeBron seventh, and the trailer, Windermere Brett. Here comes the 3/4 next. Real Fancy Pants getting them there. On the outside second, that's Bet on Evil. In the pocket, Mr. Harris third. O Positive is fourth. Fifth is I'll Walk the Line. 1:32 and 3/3 of a mile. Down to an eighth left to go. Real Fancy Pants looking to see it through. Mr. Harris now second, back to third. Bet on Evil racing fourth. O Positive, Do or Die fifth. On the wire, here's Real Fancy Pants and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. They go all the way. Second, Mr. Harris. O Positive third. And the time for the mile, 2:02 and 2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts in the B division. Hand at the lead was Real Fancy Pants after Windermere Brett went off stride going to the quarter. They were there in 30 and 1, the half in 102 and 2. Down to 3/4, 132 and 3. My second selection here is Real Fancy Pants, and it's going to get the job done tonight in 2:02 and 2. Maiden record, Jason Hughes in the bike. Mr. Harris in there for second, and the 4-0 Positive is third. It's 3-2-4 unofficially. In the 11th, we're going to see Real Fancy Pants and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's Real Fancy Pants arriving at the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle from today's 11th race. They pacing gelding 2 by Somewhere Fancy. From the Westward Ho Hanover Dam, they're ideal. Homebred of Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes will guide the colt to a maiden record today of 2:02 and 2. Real Fancy Pants captures the division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes at Summerside with the cooler presentation. Here's the official results in race 11. Windermere Brent was 8th. Mr. Harris 2nd. Real Fancy Pants, the race winner. Oh Positive finished 3rd. Bet on Evil was 5th. Do or Die finished 4th. I'll Walk the Line was 6th. Woodmere LeBron was 7th. Fractions of 30 and 4, 102 and 2. 132 and 3. And the mile in 2:02 and 2. In review, it's 821 354 67. Real Fancy Pants paid 1020. The Exactor 5480. Triactor 586.60. Superfecta carryover.
In the upcoming 12th race, number 3, McLand, make the driver, Mark Campbell. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshore Summerside on a Sunday evening. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. Gilles Barrio has 3 wins thus far. Paul Angel has a couple of wins as well. Let's talk about the Grand in Your Hand here at Redshore Summerside. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway right here at Redshore Summerside on live race days here. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October the 6th and November the 11th. There will also be weekly prize draws for wagering vouchers. For more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 12th race. Field of 7. I'm going to go 4, 5, and 1. Backstretch speed at 4, 2, 5. Classifier's choice is 4, 5, 2 in the 12th race in 7 minutes.
12th race on post parade, Louis the Great, number 1, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Number 2, Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 is McLand, owned by Michael Dubé from St. Maurice, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies. Note the driver change to Mark Campbell. Mr. Kelly, number 4, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis. Adam Murner, trainer-driver. 5, Freeman's Legacy. Jacob Sweet trains and drives for owner Mackenzie Arsenal, Alberton. Almost Amos, number 6, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, trained by Dwayne McCachran, Brody McPhee. Melody Maker, number 7, is owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Ryan DeRoss drives at 4 minutes to post time. Join us on Prince Edward Island for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown on Thanksgiving weekend.
The 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown is set for Thanksgiving weekend at Red Shores Racetrack and Casino in Charlottetown. The Weekend of Champions starts with the Atlantic Classic Sale on Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Saturday features a top-notch card of racing and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Awards Banquet and Gala in the top of the park. Join us Sunday for a special presentation of the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award before the best colts and fillies compete for championship honors. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. For a complete list of events, accommodations, and sponsors, visit Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. First half of the late double. Exactor, 20 cents superfecta. Triactor, win place and show wagering, landing on the 4. Mr. Kelly. 8-year-old bay gelding by Roll With It Harry from Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown September the 14th. That's last Sunday from post 2. Finished 4th, beat 2.5. Race time 155 flat, 27-4 closing quarter. Does have 2 wins, 156 flat. Season's best rec taken right here at Summerside earlier on in the season. Mr. Kelly from post 4 with Mr. Murner, 7-5. And there's a peek at the 5, Freeman's Legacy. 4-year-old bay gelding by Peng Shui for Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer-driver. Started here on Tuesday from post 4. Finished second, just beat a length and 3/4. Race time 155-4, 29-2 closing quarter. Jacob Sweet was in the bike. Does have 4 wins from 19 tries this season. 155-2, record equaling performance here at Summerside for Freeman's Legacy. Post 5 with Jacob Sweet, 5-1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Louis the Great, 3-year-old bay gelding by Danson Lou for Leith Wade of Summerside and Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Les Wade trains. Corey McPherson is in the bike, looking for his second win of the night. Started here on Tuesday, left from post 7, finished 3rd, just beat a length and 3/4, 157-3, 28-2. Closing quarter for Corey McPherson on post position. I think this horse is going to get a good trip tonight. Leaving on the rail, Louis the Great with Corey McPherson, 3-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 12th race. On the rail, Louis the Great, Corey McPherson, 3-1. Brigus, 2, and Kenny Murphy, 4-1. There's the 3, McLand. Note the driver changed to Mark Campbell at 7-2. Mr. Kelly, 4, and Adam Murner at 6-5. Freeman's Legacy, 5, and Jacob Sweet at 5-1. The 6, Almost Amos and Brody McPhee at 10-1. Melody Maker rounds out the field for Ryan DeRoche. All 9s on the board. That's a look at the field for tonight's 12th race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 12th race. Field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Louis the Great, Brigus, McLand, Mr. Kelly, Freeman's Legacy, Almost, Amos, Melody Maker. 12th race up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Mr. Kelly got the first call. McLand, Brigus between horses, up the rail. That's Louis the Great. Joining them fifth into the turn, Freeman's Legacy. Almost Amos sixth. And the seventh one, Melody Maker. Straight alignment as they go by the eighth pole. It'll be Mr. Kelly and Adam Murner on the early lead. Two-hole ride. That'll go to Louis the Great. Racing from third, Brigus. Fourth on the inside. That is McLand. Freeman's Legacy races fifth. Then it's Almost Amos sixth, and the trailer seventh. Melody Maker on by the first quarter mile. Mr. Kelly got the field there in 29 and 2. Tracking in the two-hole, that's Louis the Great. Then in third, Brigus. There goes McLand. He's to the outside in fourth. Freeman's Legacy moving out fifth. Gapping out in sixth, Almost Amos. And the trailer, that is Melody Maker. They arrive at the half mile with the backfield well in motion. Mr. Kelly gets them halfway home. Up and at the leader on the outside is McLand in the pocket third. That's Louis the Great. Second over fourth on the outside, Freeman's Legacy. The half mile just a minute and 2. 31 seconds. Second quarter breather for this group. By the 5/8 they go. Mr. Kelly the leader. McLand is the challenger. Louis the Great third. Freeman's Legacy on the outside fourth. At the rail, Brigus fifth, and he has nowhere to go. On the outside, 6, Almost Amos. Melody Maker trails her by 3/4, and they're picking them up, and they're putting them down here in the late going. 3/4 went 1:29 and 3. Eighth of a mile left to go. Mr. Kelly turning for home. Louis the Great, a textbook two-hole ride. Then in third, up the inside is Brigus. Deep stretch now. Mr. Kelly almost there. Louis the Great. Brigus coming. It's Louis the Great to get there. Tight for the deuce. There will be a place picture in here, but Louis the Great gets there with McPherson in 1:58 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. And Mr. Kelly goes to the front and sings them a lullaby, 29 and 2. The half a minute, 2/5, down to 3/4, 1:29 and 3. Here's the stretch drive. Sometimes you shut a horse down on the front end like that, they'll go to sleep, and they don't wake up until something's coming up the inside, like Louis the Great. I had him in my triactor here, but I put him for third, and he gets up to get the job done tonight. Corey McPherson gets a driving double. In for second on the line, that is the 4, Mr. Kelly, with Brigus in there for third. It's 1-4-2 unofficially. In tonight's 12th race, we're going to see Louis the Great and Corey McPherson in the Windermere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Louis the Great on his way into the 12th race winner's circle, bay facing gelding 3, but Dancin' Lou from the Shadow Play Dam, Tinker Bella on by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown, bred by Terrell Hill Stud Farms of Ontario, trained by Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson, second winner on the day for the double. The miles in 1:58 and 1. Louis the Great and the McPherson double in the 12th. Here's the official results now from the 12th race. Louis the Great, the winner. Brigus was third. McLand finished sixth. Mr. Kelly was second. Freeman's Legacy finished fifth. Almost Amos fourth. Melody Maker seventh. 29 and 2. 1 minute 2. 129 and 3. The mile 158 and 1. In review 136 25 47. Louis the Great paid $4.90. The Exactor $21.80. Triactor $72.60. Superfecta $37.14.
In the upcoming 13th finale, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies A division for $20,020. Line to be announced on the 2. Fallon qualified at Charlottetown September the 18th. Is the only horse in at 2:02 and 4. Adam Murner was in the bike. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshore Summerside on a Sunday evening. I'm your host, Rocky Skirman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. One more race to go. And let's talk about the Premier's Cup Final coming up at Charlottetown. The Atlantic Invitational Series concludes with the Premier's Cup Final on Breeders' Crown Weekend at Redshore Charlottetown. The top 8-point earners in the series will compete for a purse of $50,000 on Sunday, October the 12th. Join us for the Premier's Cup Final as part of Breeders' Crown Weekend at Red Shores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the finale. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies A division for $20,020. I like a 3, 4, 7 in here. Backstretch speed at 3, 4, and 2. Classifier's choices 3, 5, and 8 in the finale in 8 minutes.
Final division of the Atlantic Sires Stakes in the 13th race, the Run Parade, Woodmere Summer number 1, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Langell drives. Fallon number 2, owned by Not Too Stable of Cornwall, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Beach Jules number 3, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Gilles Barriel. Exhilarating number 4, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. Mysterious Ways 5, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn. Jason Hughes. Always in Full Force number 6, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Going for Blood number 7, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault does the training and will drive. Number 8 is Magnificent Rose, owned by Rebecca May Horton. Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy, above the wheels. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky Skierman now with a look at our Super High Five tickets here in the 13 to close out this stakes-filled card here in Summerside.
Well, I just had a look at yours, or I thought yours, and it was all ones. I'm going to go with the 3. Beats Jules with Jill Barriot on top of my Super High 5. For second, the 4, Exhilarating with Daryl McLean. For third, the 7, Going for Blood with Kenny Arsenault. Then I put the 8, Magnificent Rose, and rounded out with the 5, Mysterious Way. So I like 3, 4, 7, 8, 5. And they're having some technical difficulties there, but Vance Cameron is going with the 3, Beach Jules as well, over the 8, Magnificent Rose, then the rail sitter, Woodmere Summer, then the 5, Mysterious Ways, rounds it out with the 7, Going for Blood. So Vance at 3, 8, 1, 5, 7. I'm at 3, 4, 7, 8, 5. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board one more time here in the finale. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies A division, $20,020 on the line. Woodmere Summer and Paul Angel at 16-1. Fallon and Adam Murder at 3-1. Beach Jules and Jill Barriot at even money. Exhilarating 4 with Daryl McLean at 2-1. The 5, Mysterious Ways and Jason Hughes at 24-1. 6, Always in Full Force and Mike McGuigan at 36-1. There's the 7 on your screen, Going for Blood with Kenny Arsenault at 12-1. Rounding out the field, Magnificent Rose with Kenny Murphy at 10-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 13th race. It's the finale. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies A division. Good luck with your plays. Reminder, we're back here harness racing Tuesday night, post time at 6 o'clock. Countdown clock is in for the finale here on a Sunday night here at Redshores Summerside Atlantic Sire Stakes. 2-year-old fillies in the A division. They're behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return one more time to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Summer Fallon. Beach Jewels exhilarating. Mysterious Ways always in full force. Going for blood. Magnificent Rose, she's on the grandstand side. There's 8 of them across the gate. There's $20,020 on the line in the Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division. Super High 5. Finale time. Post time. The rough and pacing Beach Jewels and Exhilarating are leaving out on the rail third. That is Woodmere Summer. Coming up fourth on the outside is Going for Blood to get away fifth. On the cones as they race on around the turn, swing by the 8th pole and straighten to the back stretch. And on the lead at the rail, Beach Jewels and Mario. Exhilarating now will tuck away in second, up into third. Going for Blood. Fourth at the rail is Woodmere Summer. Racing from fifth, Mysterious Ways, always in full 4-6. Then racing from 7th is Fallon, trailing the field. Magnificent Rose off a 28 and 4/4 mile. Straight alignment on the paddock turn for the first time. And the leader going by the 3/8, Beach Jewels. Exhilarating the 2-hole ride, Going for Blood third. Fourth is Woodmere Summer. Racing from 5th, Mysterious Ways, and she's tipping to the outside. On the cones, 6. Always in full force. Magnificent Rose moving up 7th. There goes Fallon to the outside from 8. They were halfway home in a comfortable 59 and 2. Around the turn they go. 5/8 comes next. Beach Jewels the leader. Exhilarating the 2-hole ride. Racing third, Going for Blood. Fourth, that is Woodmere Summer. Up 5th, Mysterious Ways. Magnificent Rose 6. Always in full force 7th. And trailing the field, Fallon, they're by 3/4. Beach Jewels is still there. On the outside, here's Going for Blood. 3/4 and 1, 28 and 4. Just an 1/8 of a mile out. And it's Beach Jewels at the rail. Going for Blood on the outside. Exhilarating third. Woodmere Summer fourth. Down the stretch they come. And that's Beach Jewels. Going for Blood. Beach Jewels. Here's Barrio. He's got a Grand Slam Stakes Day in Summerside. Going for Blood second, holding third, Exhilarating, and the time for the mile in 1:58 and 2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the A division. Beach Jewels and Jill Barrio go to the front, 28-4, 59 and 2 to the half, 128 and 4 to 3/4. Here's the stretch drive with Beach Jewels and Jill Barrio with Going for Blood and Kenny Arsenault coming second. They're on the outside there, but they're not going to get by Beach Jewels as they win for the third lifetime win in 9 tries. 158 and 2 tonight is the mile. Gilberto gets his 4th win tonight. Up for second, Going for Blood with Exhilarating third. So it's 3-7-4 unofficially. In the finale, we'll see Beach Jewels and Jill Barrio in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Beach Jewels on her way into the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 13th. By pacing Philly 2 by Arthur Blue Chip from the Some Beach Somewhere Dam Preakness. Owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. Bred by Lee Gavin of Tignish. Trained by Kevin McLean. And the Maritime Magic Man Gil Barrio tops off his day with his 4th stakes winner on this Sunday in Summerside. The mile 158 and 2. Beach Jewels and the Barrio Grand Slam in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the Winners Circle cooler presentation. Now the official results here in the 13th, Woodmere Summer 5th, Fallon was 8th, Beach Jewels the winner, Accelerating 3rd, Mysterious Ways finished 4th, Always in Full Force 7th, Going for Blood was 2nd, Magnificent Rose finished 6th, 28 and 4, 59 and 2, 128 and 4, and the mile 158 and 2. In review, 581, 347, 26. Beach Jewels paid $460, Exactor $19.80, Triactor $63.90, Late Daily Double $17.60, and the Super High 5 has yet to be posted. And that's going to wrap up our Sunday live presentation here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle $79,908. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.